Good evening from Pompey. The moon should be rising any minute now, and as soon as it rises, we will lock and sink the Seestar on it for the rest of the night. Good evening, Steve. It is very clear actually tonight. We're going to have a crystal clear night. Unfortunately, the Penumbral Lunar Eclipse is not going to be anything spectacular, but we'll be there for it. Good evening, Lewis. Good evening, Nachos. You are welcome. And there is the moon. That is one of the limitations of Seestar. It is unlikely to find the moon on its own at this time of day. But as soon as we find it, we're gonna go lunar. Now it's gonna be as good a time as any. Okay, let's go lunar. And skip and go to observe. Thank you. And yes, we have the moon. And let's see if it's going to track it. Okay. Okay, got the moon. Let's see how well it's going to track it. It's trying. As soon as the trees get out of the way, I'm sure Seestar will be able to grab onto the moon. And only then will I attempt to refocus. The plan for tonight is to stay with the moon till around 8:30 and then attempt to go for NGC7129, which is a hoist target. And then beyond that, get back to the moon. The Penumbral eclipse should start just after midnight. And the only part that we will see the shadow of the Earth on is going to be the Tycho crater, pretty much the southern tip of the moon. in this case, whatever we see at around 4 o'clock here. Good evening, James. The S50 is indeed a nice toy, a nice instrument. Now that the trees are out of the way, I shall attempt to refocus. And there is a plane flying, transiting the moon. Yay! Okay, so at 1416 there was a transit. We will edit this out later. We will refocus throughout the night as the temperature changes. And now let's see if we can adjust where do we adjust the exposure? That's all we have. Okay, that'll have to do for now. Let me share with you some trivia. Did you know that all solar eclipses occur during new moons and all lunar eclipses occur during full moons, and that every solar eclipse is preceded by a lunar eclipse 2 weeks before? So we are 2 weeks prior to the solar eclipse. Reducing the clutter from the image. Good evening, Jeremy. Yeah, you are correct. We will see some dimming around the Tycho crater, but not much else. Oh, I'll make sure you will see something, even if I have to dim the computer to simulate a lunar eclipse. Thanks to technology, we can do some cheating here. Right now, the moon has just reached 4 degrees in altitude, so it's still very, very low, and that's why we're seeing some of the fuzziness and distortion, if you will. Good evening, David. How is New Jersey today? Are you done with the rain? David, eclipse by my record it starts at 53 minutes after midnight and reaches the peak at 2:14. Seestar, New York Raider fan. Kathy, good morning. No, it's afternoon there. Good afternoon, Kathy. Yes, this is my channel. We renamed it from Rooster Inn to Pompey to avoid copyright infringement on rooster fighting or cockfighting activities in Southeast Asia. So renamed it for the location of the observatory. New York radar fan, let me clarify and qualify the statement that I made. For any serious imaging, I almost always turn to Seestar, to the S50. But for challenging situations, especially when I don't have much time, I always turn to DWARF. With the two camera system, it is a lot easier to find targets. And there is a fundamental difference between the two. DWARF will calibrate on the sky and remember where it is. Seestar will go to a target and then plate solve to check whether it is there or not. With that in mind, I have been able to find comets inside trees with DWARF where Seestar will never find them. I have the latest firmware update. It gave me one issue last night. It it could not find the target. Actually, it thought it found the target, but it was a full 17 degrees off. But that was easy to correct. James, I found a solution to the problem with trees. It is a Ryobi chainsaw with a 14-inch chain. That has taken care of quite a few trees that used to block my way. As the sky gets darker, I will gradually take out the magnification that I had added, or the exposure. Now, this is one of the newer additions from Seestar, from the firmware, and I like it. Yeah, I do live streams with the DWARF almost every day. I will most likely stream with the DWARF tomorrow, sunrise. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. I don't know why the light pollution filter has become the brightness filter. It does not make sense. Okay, we're seeing some brown and some blue, the mineral colors in the craters. Happy may not be a right description. I'm always apprehensive when there is new firmware, not knowing what will break, what will work, and what will not. But one frustration I had with new firmware is it refused to install from my 4th gen tablet, and it kept going round and round. I had eventually to bring my 3rd gen tablet. Both are Androids. One is Android 12, one is Android 11. And finally the Android 11 convinced it to install the new firmware. I spent a couple of hours going back and forth until I finally installed the new firmware. So that took care of the happy part. One big issue with the firmware updates is Seestar does not give me the choice of not updating. We are 2 weeks to the solar eclipse. I'm turning off updates on all my computers, all my telescopes. And yesterday, even though all updates have been turned off, Seestar insisted that unless I update the firmware, I'm not going to be able to use it. Yeah, I've not had any problems in the past. This is the first time where the version of Android made a difference on the firmware upgrade. Now, for those of you who use ASCOM and ASCOM drivers, I encountered a problem that has stumped me so far. After my 11-inch Celestron died and I located a new motorboard in the UK and had it expedite shipping, as in 17 days to get to me. I installed it, the telescope works again, but it's only working with CPWI. It is no longer working with my Celestron driver that Chris Rowland wrote, which is a much better ASCOM interface to use the telescope. But at least I have a working telescope. James, let me share with you an experience that I hope you do not have to deal with. When my very large Celestron, which is still under warranty, it's an 11-inch Edge HD on a CGX mount. The CGX mount died, as in it did not turn on anymore. After 17 days of trying to get Celestron to respond to my inquiry under warranty, the only response I got from them was try a different power adapter, even though I had explained to them that I am measuring 12.4 volts at the tip of the adapter. On the other hand, Seestar and DWARF, anytime we contact them with a technical issue, we hear back almost immediately. And I know for a fact that they have replaced telescopes at the drop of the hat, and they have updated firmware whenever we gave them reports of bugs. It is unfortunate that I'm unable to show you how beautiful the blue sky is, because it's not dark yet. No, it's not going to let me. Alright, we're going to go back to auto exposure. Yeah, this is a beautiful moon. It is the warm moon. Not to be mistaken for a warm moon, because it's cold here. About 349,000 miles. How close can we get to the moon? Unless you mean field of view. That's how close we can get. Let me take off the tracking and do a flyover. Okay. This is a Tycho crater. This is probably the only place we will observe the dimming tomorrow morning during the eclipse. Well, Microsoft has been trying to update my PC with the 12H3, whatever that is, and they do that almost every night, and at the end of the update they say undoing all updates, and then they undo it and then they try the following day. Not cool. Alright, let's see if Seestar can bring the moon back to the center. Oh yeah. By the way, this is where Seestar is a touch better than DWARF. DWARF has been losing the moon and the sun while trying to track them for extended periods. James, I don't know. Dwarf Lab is a very small company. That's their first product out. And the support that we have gotten from them has been incredible. Seestar is part of ZWO, and they are a well-established, very large company making cameras, all sorts of cameras. So in both cases, we have had extremely good support. My bad experiences have only been with the manufacturers of the large telescopes. I've had a very bad encounter with Mead. When the tech rep, every question that I asked, he said, "It's in the manual, read the manual." And I knew very well that it was not in the manual. I found out recently that Sam's Club is carrying and selling the Dwarf now. Yeah, they closed the Sam's Club in Syracuse also. No, it cannot do prominences because it requires a hydrogen alpha filter. By the way, I just pulled up the dwarf, and I'm trying to get it to a place where I can add it. Let me see if I can get it going. Okay, bear with me for just a second. So this is the Seestar and this is the dwarf. Good evening, Michael. That's according to the Farmer's Almanac. Yet the dwarf is not showing it as sharp as the Seestar. Tommy, there is a penumbral lunar eclipse later tonight. That is the main reason. You have to remember Seestar has 4 times the light gathering capacity as dwarf. I ran several side-by-side comparisons of dwarf and Seestar, and dwarf has some advantages. It does very well with galaxies and clusters. It does poorly with nebula and faint targets. And then there is the size issue. Dwarf did very well with M31 Andromeda galaxy because it was able to fit it all within its field of view, whereas Seestar got only a small chunk of it. No, you cannot. Good evening, Tommy. We're talking about the new restaurant on the moon. Apparently the food is good, but there is no atmosphere. When you zoom in into the sky atlas of Seestar, you will find names of galaxies and stars that do not appear in the catalog. And you can go to them, you can slew to them, you can pick them and it will go to them. So I have been able to locate, for those who have Seestar, if you search for Meissa, M-E-I-S-S-A, Mike Echo India Sierra Sierra Alpha. This is one of the HOI's targets. It is Lambda Orionis. I could not find it as Lambda Ori, I could not find it as Meissa. When I tried to zoom into the sky atlas to roughly the neighborhood where I thought I'll find it, that's when the name Meissa popped up and I clicked on it and Seestar went to it. So there is a lot more in the sky atlas that you will not find by typing in the catalog. We have another 20 minutes to half an hour before it gets reaches astronomical dark, if you will. And then I'm going to hop off the moon, go to NGC7129, contribute a bit to science, and then come back to the moon. Probably be on NGC7129 from 8:30 Eastern till about 10. We'll go back to the moon for a little bit, and then we'll try to do one more target, one more deep sky object before settling on the moon right after midnight, and then we'll stay on it through the eclipse. Again, if you can see my cursor, this is the area where we should see some darkening. But other than that, it's not going to be spectacular. Good evening, Vincent. For those of you who are looking forward to watching the total solar eclipse on this channel, I have tested all 4 telescopes and they all work well. We will have DWARF. DWARF is going to be my only chance of getting the corona, given its field of view and given that I can remove the solar filter very easily. The magnetic attachment of the filter holder was nothing short of genius on the part of the engineers. Removing the solar filter off Seestar is going to be a nightmare. So DWARF is going to be imaging the entire time. Seestar will start at 9 a.m. and go till 5 p.m. tracking the sun through all the phases of the eclipse with the filter on. And then we will have the Lunt LS50 hydrogen alpha. For those who have heard of flares and prominences and filaments and faculae, photographing these is like taking an X-ray. You have to look beyond the skin so you can see them. And then finally, my new toy, the 16-inch Meade. That's a 250-pound telescope. That's weight, not cost. Cost a lot more than 250 pounds. The 16-inch Meade will be zoomed in, obviously, on individual sunspots, but I expect to see Bailey's beads and the diamond ring with it just before totality, during second contact and third contact. So all 4 will be streaming live. We will have 2 channels. One channel will be dedicated to the Seestar. It's just going to follow the sun and stay with it all day long. The second channel, I will have the other 3 feeds on it, either side by side, or I will direct and edit among them. And in a worst case scenario, if it is cloudy, rainy, or worse yet, snowing, we will pull the NASA feed and sit back and enjoy. But on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, 2 days from now, I will be doing another full dry run with all 4 telescopes. The weather forecast is calling for sunny skies, so join me from the Rice Creek Observatory on Tuesday as I attempt to test everything one more time in preparation for the solar eclipse. James, what do you mean by duty cycle? Good evening, Ahmed. United States of America, from upstate New York. Pompey is a small town southeast of Syracuse in central New York, northeast United States. The subtle movements of the moon that you see is the positive feedback or the feedback loop that Seestar implements. It has an algorithm that tries to keep the bright thing in the middle of the frame. DWARF does not. Once DWARF centers the moon or the sun, it will just track with the expectation that it'll stay roughly in the middle. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that the appearance of ads, commercials on this channel does not constitute my endorsement of their content. We are in a political season, and I do not control what YouTube chooses to run. James, when the Seestar is stacking images, frames from deep sky objects, it is running two threads in parallel. One is taking the pictures and one is stacking them, and they have succeeded in pipelining those processes, and that provided about 40% improvement in speed. It used to be 50% duty cycle, if that's what you mean. It used to capture and then stack and then capture and then stack. Now it's doing both at the same time in parallel, and we'll see it soon. I have tracked the sun for upwards of 9 hours without missing a beat. Now, getting 9 hours without clouds is in itself an achievement, but just a small lesson in history. When the crew of Apollo 17 took off and they were taking pictures of the moon as they were leaving, they spotted a very dark blue piece of the moon, what became known as the Blue Lake in the Ina or Aina crater. I'm going to point to it. It's somewhere in there. It is so small, it is full of uranium, that's why it's blue, that it became a challenge for astronomers to be able to image it with very, very, very large telescopes. I have not had much luck with my 11-inch. I will be attempting again with the 16-inch when I have a chance. It can. I have a short video that claims to have captured it. I stacked about 2000 frames and I think I got it, but given the dimensions, the size of the Blue Lake, and the camera and telescope that I was using, it would have been about 4 pixels. With the 16-inch telescope and a 21 megapixel camera, I'm going to have a lot better chance of getting it. Yeah, I saw Astro Biscuit's video. I'm going to go visit with my Seestar for just a minute, make sure the power cord is not wrapped around, and then it'll be time to hop onto 7129. James, when I started editing the colors with GIMP, I could turn any pixel I wanted blue. So I may have gotten it. Let me find the video. I'll let you guys decide if I got it or not. Okay. Here's the video of the Ina crater and the Blue Lake on the moon. I hope you have a large enough monitor to see it. Please don't look at it on a cell phone. Now, if you look at the moon right now, you can see the bluish areas versus the brownish areas. For those who jumped in at the beginning of this broadcast, you probably saw that I captured the moon manually. I did not have Seestar find it, so Seestar is not aligned yet. It has no idea what it's looking at. The picture in the corner here shows you how we went about getting to the moon. So it is time now to find Polaris, and from Polaris hop onto 7129. 7129 is a hoist target. It's a citizen science project from the University of Kent in the UK, where they have amateur astronomers around the world. There are, I think, 85 of us, imaging areas in which young stars are being created and submitting the data into a big database. Alright, time to go to Polaris. Sky Atlas. Search. Recent objects. As you can tell, Polaris is always top on my list because I start every imaging session by looking at Polaris. My observatory faces east. I have the sky totally open all the way from the north to the south through the east. I have a mountain behind me to the west, which blocks the city lights from Syracuse. So when I send it to Polaris, if for some reason it goes south as opposed to north, it'll find out very quickly. It just did. Let's see if it's going to find 7129. It is only 22 degrees, so let's see if it's going to find it or not. Okay, we got it. It's going to go through horizon calibration, and then it's going to take darks. Last night horizon calibration failed, and as a result it could not find the target. It thought it found it, but it was 17 degrees off. Okay, horizontal calibration failed, moving to origin. In all likelihood it failed because we are looking at a target at azimuth 345, which means it's looking into the mountain as it moves further west from there. Image enhancing, for those not familiar with the Seestar. The Seestar has a built-in filter wheel with 3 filters: a light pollution filter, an infrared filter, and a black filter, which literally closes the aperture. And that's what it's doing now. It's taking dark frames to correct for any hot pixels in the sensor. That alone is a big advantage over DWARF, where you have to take your darks pretty much every time. Seestar does them before every session. And since we refocused on the moon, there is no need to focus here again. We have enough stars to solve, so we should have a good night with the NGC7129. It is not a very exciting target, but I try to make a point when the skies are clear to grab one hoist target in the evening and submit it to the University of Kent as part of the Hunting for Outbursting Young Stars project, HOYS. Those of you who have Seestars or bigger scopes and you wish to check out HOYS, please do. It's a citizen science project. And having spent much of my working life in academia, I do not mind contributing, doing some research. So we'll probably capture about half an hour's worth of stacked images and then hop back to the moon, spend about half an hour or so on the moon, and then find another target to go visit. So ladies and gentlemen, if you have any request for the next target, please speak up now. Anything to the east. Remember, there is a full moon out there, so please no faint nebula, but other than that, really anything to the northeast should be good. We can always do M51, M110, 101, M81, 82, Mercurian's chain. Any of these should be available to us. But if you have anything more exciting than a Messier object, please let me know. We'll probably be aiming for 10 p.m. for the next target. Good evening, Christopher. Let me see where the Devil's Comet is going to be at 10. Thank you for suggesting it. We're talking about 12P Pons Brooks. It's way to the west. Can't do. Hi, Jenny. Jenny, the Penumbral eclipse will be visible in Florida with a big qualifier. The only thing that we will see, even with telescopes, is going to be a slight dimming around the south pole of the moon, around the Tycho crater. It's not going to be anything spectacular, far from it, but it should be visible throughout the United States. The solar eclipse, on the other hand, that will not be visible in Florida this time round, but fingers crossed the weather will permit me to carry it live. Good evening, Dustin, and thank you for joining us. Jenny, we're going to have a whole bunch of microphones recording bird sounds with an app behind them to identify the birds based on their sounds and see how they will react to the eclipse. We'll be launching balloons as well to measure temperature gradients all the way from the Earth up. We expect about a 10-degree drop in temperature over the 3 minutes or 3.5 minute totality that we'll have up in Oswego. And the good news is we have a rain date. If we are rained in on that day, we're rescheduling it for 2044. That'll be the next time we will have a total eclipse in the US. Yep, the temperature is going to drop by about 10 degrees. Thanks, Jenny. I will be doing another dry run on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday. We will be inside the 2-week window to the eclipse. Now, for those not familiar with the solar astrophotography, think of a camera and an X-ray. A camera takes pictures of the skin, an X-ray takes pictures of the bones inside the skin or behind the skin. And that is the equivalent of white light filters or neutral density filters that will attenuate the light from the sun and take pictures of the skin of the sun. That's where you can see the sunspots. And a hydrogen alpha tuner, which is essentially an X-ray machine. It is measuring in the X-ray band, and that shows the flares, the prominences, the filaments on the surface of the moon, and the faculae. I will have both types of telescopes on Tuesday as well as on E-Day, eclipse 8 April. So we'll be looking at all behaviors of the sun. The corona, on the other hand, will only be visible when during totality. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed that that dwarf will be able to do justice. As soon as we approach totality, probably about a minute before totality, I will remove the filter from dwarf and start taking pictures at varying speeds. I'll probably start with multiple seconds and then go all the way down to fractions of a second and see if we can stack them all together into one image that will show corona. Corona will probably end up being several times the size of the sun. So Seestar is out of the question. Seestar will have barely the full disk in it, but not much else. A dwarf with a 3-degree field of view should be able to have 3 or 4 suns worth within the field of view, and with a bit of luck we'll be able to image the corona. We are 10 minutes stacked of 7129, so we're 1/3 of the way there. I'm trying to see some nebulosity in the middle. Those who do not have a Seestar may enjoy the mark feature, which will mark the objects within the field of view. Useful, fun, not much else. Christopher, I am in Pompey, New York, 13.1 miles southeast of Syracuse. Jacob, hello, how is Wisconsin today? Good evening, Paul. Thank you for joining us. Hello, Zena. Jacob, if you're jealous of our clear sky, we had our snow yesterday, our blizzard. We were stranded at home and got just over a foot of wet snow. I spent much of this morning shoveling and clearing the observatory so I can put telescopes out. Unfortunately, my big dome is frozen shut, so I did not attempt to open it. I have my 11-inch working again, and I would have liked to have it out tonight, but maybe tomorrow. We're gonna have about 2.5 days now of clear skies, probably through Tuesday morning. So tomorrow should be clear all day. Zena, yes, we are in upstate New York. Bortle 4, fairly dark skies. Good morning, Singh. We have a big bright full moon as well. The eclipse begins 53 minutes after midnight, and it's supposed to peak at 2:14 a.m. I took a break from the moon to contribute to science briefly, and I'll be going back to the moon as soon as we have half an hour stacked on NGC7129. We'll be back to the moon, and then after the moon we'll go to Messier 101 and then back to the moon. for the rest of the night. I see quite a few new names, so thank you for joining us. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Thank you. I have one large scope, 11-inch, and several smaller scopes, and everything that I image with my telescopes I put live on the internet. So if the sky is clear, you can bet on a live stream out of the Pompey Observatory. Everything from sun and moon, galaxies and nebulae, satellites and comets, and I've been lately trying to get galaxies that are a gigalight years away, a billion light years away. The lunar eclipse will not be happening in Iraq, or the solar eclipse for that matter. Jacob, we have had a reasonably quiet snow year so far. We average just over 120 inches of snow per season. For those in the metric system, 120 inches, that's a lot. That is 10 feet, that's about 3 meters of snow per year. But this year has been good. Good night, Cheng. Well, you might make it up this evening then, Jacob. Tonight, the 70-inch below average. all the solar eclipses occur during a new moon, because we're looking at the dark side of the moon, dark to us, when it is sitting between us and the sun. That's a new moon. And all the lunar eclipses occur during a full moon. And every solar eclipse is preceded by a lunar eclipse 2 weeks prior. So the lunar eclipse that we will see tonight is exactly 2 weeks before the total solar eclipse that we will see on Monday, 8 April at 3:22 p.m. in our case. It will start in northern Mexico and then travel north. It's going to take about 3 hours, 4 hours to make it all the way from Texas to Maine. There is an interesting statistic here, or numeric fact, if you want to call it that. The moon makes one trip around the Earth every 29.5 days. That is relative to Earth days, but it makes one trip around the Earth in 27.5 days relative to the fixed stars in the universe. And the Earth successfully captured the moon in its gravity to the point where the same part of the moon is always facing the Earth. So the speed of rotation of the moon is such that we're always looking at the same side. Kathy, I took a break from the moon to do some science. I will be hopping back onto the moon in about 10 minutes. I'm trying to stack 30 minutes worth of NGC7129 for the University of Kent research project. Yes, we are on NGC7129. The only thing exciting about it is the researchers at the University of Kent believe that it is likely to be an area of birth of new stars. It's one of 18 areas that we're keeping an eye on. What I will do at the end of this capture is pre-process the data and then submit it into the database. So we're at 24 minutes. As soon as I get to 30, we will hop off, go back to the moon. Gonzalo, greetings to Chile. I envy you guys for all the telescopes that you have high up on the mountains, the big scopes. Cassie, you are not the only one who needs a nap. Let's see if you consider that a cold night. What's the temperature now? I have 29 degrees Fahrenheit, so that is -1 Celsius. Not too cold, no, it's a It's a good night. Now, if you look at the top of the display, you will see the battery sign in blue, 100. When the battery is too cold, Seestar stops charging and passes the current from the adapter, passes the power from the adapter directly to the telescope, which is totally fine with me. I can run like this pretty much forever. For those in the northern hemisphere, we are approaching a drought of planets very soon. They're all going to be clustering near the sun, and it's not going to be until late May before the major planets become visible again. Right now, Jupiter is getting close to the sun. On eclipse day, we will have a lineup of planets. We will have Mars and Saturn, and then Venus and Mercury, and then Jupiter and Uranus, all clustered near the sun. Plus we will have the Devil's Comet as well to the left of the sun. Comet 12P Pons-Brooks is likely to be visible to the naked eye during totality. Christopher, that is my expectation. Actually, the comet is approaching magnitude 5 now, but it is way too low to be seen. I will have at least one telescope without any solar filters on it during totality, looking for the comet. In another couple minutes we'll be done with NGC7129 and we'll go back to the main act. We'll go back to the moon. For some reason it has stopped stacking. Seestar has stopped stacking 7129. I'm gonna wait to see what error message it gives me and then we'll get off. Star point match failed. Okay, got it. Thank you. I'm just gonna go to the moon to avoid having to go the lunar route, which may require recalibrating the compass. And as soon as it gets to the moon, we will switch to lunar mode. It's taking its jolly time. Actually, it's, what is it? Houston, we may have a problem with the Seestar. I thought that was on. Looks like it found the moon. Haha. Lewis, not really. We're going to be losing that comet. It's not going to be with us much longer. What is a lifted jeep? Mark a lot for whatever it's worth. The weather forecast is calling for clear skies for the next 2.5 days. So yeah, keeping fingers crossed will be good. Okay, we're going to take a vote. You have three choices. Do you want to stay on the moon for the next 8 hours? Or do you want me to hop onto M51 or M101? We'll definitely be coming back to the moon for the for the eclipse. but between now and then we have about 3 hours. Can't do both galaxies at the same time, pick one. I'm not aware of a nova in M101. Okay, you're talking about 2023 IXF. Okay, we'll go to M101 and see if it's there. That was a year ago. Okay, that's what you mean by lifted. Okay. Stephen, the comet is out of my field of view. I have a mountain between me and the comet, unfortunately. We do not have a total eclipse tonight. No, we just have a penumbral eclipse. I do like the Seestar. It has a larger aperture and a slightly more refined stretching algorithm. Dwarf has its place, but not right now. Stephen, it's not that bad. I have good coverage all the way from north to south through the east. The mountain behind me to my west blocks the light from Syracuse. That's why I can do some, that's why I'm in Bortle 4. Actually, I can go from Bortle 4 to Bortle 8, 9 in under 10 minutes. Okay, M51 it is. Good evening, Tom. Stephen, yeah, I was on the sun all day today. There were some good sunspots. If you go back to my archives, actually to live, lots of imaging of the sun. I have more solar telescopes than I have nighttime telescopes. For those who have Seestars, I decided to get a glass solar filter as opposed to the mylar film filter that came with it. I got the ICE 49mm ND 100,000 and I've been extremely happy with it. No, Stephen, you cannot get filaments. You need a hydrogen alpha tuner. I mentioned a bit earlier that you literally need an X-ray into the sun to see the filaments, the flare, the prominences, and the faculae. A neutral density filter will only show you sunspots. It's the difference between a camera and an X-ray machine. If you want to see the filaments, just look for my Lunt 50 archives. I have a playlist with the Lunt 50 solar telescope, and I've gotten some very beautiful prominences. Almost every day I check the sun. When it's not cloudy, I check the sun with both a neutral density filter and with the hydrogen alpha and see if there is anything exciting with either. They do not. It's not a filter per se, it's a tuner. It is extremely narrow band and there are no filters per se. You will need to get a tuner. One person, I don't recall who it is, was able to modify the Seestar and mount a tuner on it, but he essentially removed the entire optics and only used the remaining mount to drive a hydrogen alpha scope with it. So we're going to hop onto M51 and then we'll come back to the moon. Should not take long. Sky Atlas. Search. It is insisting on calibrating the horizon. It should succeed this time round. Okay, we're starting to see M51. It's already taking shape, only 30 seconds in. Stephen, you are not wrong. You are correct. At the end of the day, it's how much glass you have. This is a 2-inch telescope. DWARF is a 1-inch telescope. I have an 11-inch telescope in my backyard. You should see the stunning images that I got of galaxies with it. And now I'm working on a 16-inch at the university in Oswego, trying to make it act like Seestar. This has been a fun project. I'm automating it in every way to behave like a Seestar, so that it will become a go-to telescope. Just give it the target, it'll find it and it'll stack automatically. Hazem, Andromeda is too big for the field of view of Seestar. Andromeda will fit nicely in DWARF. Good night, David. Stephen A., it is just like cars. You cannot have a car that does it all. You can either have a lifted Jeep or a snowplow or a 15-seat van. Stephen, there are quite a few side-by-side comparisons that I made. I imaged the same targets with multiple telescopes. You can look at these also. This is the first satellite we have seen tonight. It has just crossed through the galaxy. The stacking will take care of it in the next few minutes. Looks like we may have a Starlink train coming through. Another quick demonstration of the mark features. it will identify the objects that are in the image. That is the bug that they have in the new app. When you click on adjust, you have brightness, contrast and saturation, and when you click on revert, brightness stays there instead of being replaced with filter or LP. Minor bug. I zoomed in onto the galaxy to get the detail of the arm of the limb there. Uh, 20 minutes ago. The one that says you almost went to Cherry Springs today? Yeah, I saw it. I have been looking at houses in the general vicinity of Cherry Springs. If we ever move from New York State, it will probably be 200 miles south into Pennsylvania, just to get to darker skies and lower taxes. Mark a lot. I don't know how much the moon is messing with plate solving. I had a problem yesterday with the NGC6888. It found itself a whole 17 degrees off where it was supposed to be. What is your main scope, Mark a lot? When you talk about using the Seestar as a spotter scope, it brings into focus, excuse the pun, the fact that I convinced YouTube that the 16-inch scope in Oswego is a webcam, because I'm feeding its input through a USB into the laptop, and I can stream it as a webcam without the hassle of configuring it as a mainstream. Not yet, Stephen. That's what I'm trying to do. Planets are extremely small. They may be bright, but they are tiny. When you look at the field of view of Seestar, which is about 30 minutes, Jupiter, the largest of the planets, on a good day is only 49 seconds. So it's 1/60th roughly, 1/50th to 1/60th of the size of the moon. So it's going to be a fraction. 16-inch is what I'm working on, with a 21 megapixel camera. So the field of view is going to be extremely small, and inside that field of view I'm going to have a lot of pixels. Good evening, Bill. Good to see you. Are you still under the snow? Good night, Autumn. For those who are talking about imaging the planets, I want to show you a picture of Jupiter that I took during broad daylight with my 11-inch scope. And it should be coming soon. There you go. That is Jupiter and Ganymede taken at noon, broad daylight, with an 11-inch telescope. So having big enough glass makes a big difference. Magic Moon, I don't know the answer. As soon as we're done imaging M51, I'm gonna give it, we'll do due diligence, probably get it 40 minutes worth of stacked frames. Then we'll be hopping back to the moon for the rest of the evening and the morning. Yeah, this picture, I took the picture of Jupiter before my CGX mount died. I have not been able to image with it yet. The new board arrived earlier this week. Actually, it arrived on Wednesday. I had it installed before the end of the day Wednesday and tested the telescope, and it worked. For those who have not heard my saga yet, I paid for expedited shipping from the UK. I was expecting an overnight DHL bag. 17 days later, the board arrived. And when I tried to replace the old board, I noticed that one of the 8-pin adapters or receptacles or sockets on the board had been soldered the wrong way around at the factory. So my cable would not go into it. I had to use cutters to cut the plastic from around the pin and insert the connector. And that worked. One strange thing for those of you with big scopes or who use ASCOM for any reason, 3 of the methods that I use to control my telescopes, of the 3, one of them no longer works. The Celestron ASCOM driver written by Chris Rowland for some reason is not working or does not talk to the new board. It certainly is a different firmware, and I am not tempted, not a bit, to update the firmware on that board. Last time I tried updating firmware on a Meade, the telescope turned into a brick. So while it's working, if it ain't broke, don't update it. Luis, we call it the moon, the full moon. Plus a foot of snow on the ground is not helping either. It is bright enough outside to think it's daylight. The only explanation, Bill, is when horizon calibration failed. Apparently it's supposed to go to 3 different places along the horizon, and then when it succeeds it goes back and plate solves. Some bug in the software, when it failed and it returned to where it thought was the right place, it did not plate solve, it skipped the plate solving. When horizon calibration succeeds, I've not had any problems with it finding the target. But that time, it did not just fail on its own. I clicked cancel, I tried aborting the horizon calibration, and this may have caused it. This evening, when we imaged 7129, NGC7129, the horizon calibration failed, but I did not abort it. It failed and it did find itself in the right place. Yesterday I clicked abort or cancel on horizon calibration, and this may have caused the problem. It is still very early for the lunar eclipse. We have another 2.5 hours before it starts. When M51 gets to 40 minutes, so there's another 10 minutes of stacking, we'll hop back onto the moon. Good evening, Mohammed. New York Raider fan, the only northern lights I can see from here is Syracuse. These are the only lights that come to us from the north. Good evening, 1717. We can get as technical as you want here. Okay, help me out. Which star party in June? Are you talking about the one in Cherry Springs? Lewis, the only star parties that I found in June are in California and Arizona. The answer is no, I'm not going to them. I am going to the NEAF though, the Northeast Astronomy Forum. Are you going to be there? So as of last week, the 16-inch telescope in Oswego, I succeeded in synchronizing the scope with the dome of the observatory, so they move together now. And I was able to image a couple of sunspots. So the optics work and the guiding works. The next thing to do is to use it at night, but right now we're focused almost exclusively on the solar eclipse. Once that is out of the way, then I will have all the pieces together to try to use it as a Seestar. The idea being, give it a target, it will find it, it will plate solve, and it'll start capturing and stacking and display the stacked image as it progresses and do it live in real time. I plan to use Sharp Cap Pro both for plate solving and for stacking. It has worked well for me. I could not get a deep sky stacker to stack live. It kept messing up. Sharp cap stacks live very nicely. Another possibility that I'm exploring is using the Seestar app to do the live stacking. Have not gotten it to work yet, but it is a viable possibility. Louis, I assume you will drive up in the morning of Saturday and return before the end of the day. You're not too far from there. Okay. Yeah, I will not be at the star party in Cherry Springs. We're gonna give M51 another couple minutes and then hop back onto the moon. According to the Sky Live, comet 12P Pons Brooks has a magnitude of 4.8, so definitely visible to the naked eye. Comet 2023 A3 Tsuchinchan Atlas is going to be visible in about half an hour to the east. So that might be a legitimate target to come back and visit it around 11 o'clock. We'll spend the next half hour or so on the moon. And that's my 40 minutes on M51. Let's see if Seestar will do its job again and find the moon without trouble. Not too bad. And since we have been running for 3.5 hours, it may be worthy to focus again. Yeah, it's just that much sharper. Night wave, yes. 12 p-ponds should be visible to the naked eye. I remember NEOWISE, yeah. According to the Sky Live, 12P Pons Brooks will reach its brightest on April 21. Jake, I'm looking out of my window and that's exactly what the moon looks like. For those who are new to this channel, thank you for subscribing, and just a reminder of the only rule that I have is I'm an engineer. I answer the what questions, I do not answer the why questions. I defer why to higher powers. You ask me what all you want, I'll gladly answer it. You ask me why, I have no idea. This has served me well in a 45-year engineering career. I lived in the what world. Give me a problem, I can solve it. Don't ask me why the solution works, just that it works. Are we being blessed by Thor visiting us today? How have you been? Jake, I can't help you. I'm looking at it with my naked eye and it's on the right. Seestar is not flipping anything here. Well, the moon is certainly moving, and the axis of the moon relative to the axis of the Earth, they are at slightly different angles. The Earth is tilted a little bit. Seestar is an alt-azimuth, so it is not tracking the movement of the moon. Okay, I just pulled my binoculars and looked at the moon, and it is looking exactly the way it's shown here. I'm gonna pull Stellarium and see what Stellarium thinks we should be seeing. Already, let's try that. That's one of the benefits of a full moon. It's bright outside and the dogs see every leaf moving on a tree and they bark at it. This is Stellarium, and let me move. Sorry, Stellarium is a little bit overexposed, but according to the website, This is exactly what we should be seeing from here. Yeah, I look up a lot. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd indulge me for just one moment, I'm going to rotate the image so it fills up the screen and it'll be a lot higher resolution. Okay, Tycho is now pointing to the left. I will be streaming the eclipse live from Oswego, which will be in the line of totality. I plan to have 4 telescopes, a 16-inch telescope at the University of Oswego that I've been working on, plus a hydrogen alpha scope to look at the prominences and any flares that might be occurring. And then this Seestar will be running live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. non-stop. And then we will have the DWARF trying to capture the corona during the eclipse. So catch me live on the 8th. We should be going live at 9 a.m. and staying live till about 5 p.m. Thor, are you able to come up in May? John, this is not going to be unmistakably an eclipse. If we see it, we will be lucky. It will affect primarily the Tycho crater. Things are going to get a little bit darker. but not much. We'll be flipping the moon back where it belongs in a minute. And now one of my favorite activities is fly over. Alright, we'll let it fly on its own now. Well, I wish you the best and safety. How are the kids doing? This was your Apollo 11 landing. You just flew over it. And these are the Pyrenees Mountains, and there is the Ina crater and the Blue Lake. And that's the Copernicus crater. And that's the end of the world. Well, glad to hear that, Thor. Wish you the best. There was no number 4 last time we were together. I don't know if you heard, Rachel moved down to Virginia to work for Boeing on next generation satellites. So she's contributing to the pollution of our night sky. Bill Tycho is going to be taking the brunt of the eclipse, if any. That's what I expect the penumbra to cover. Anthony, I don't expect it to go red. If anything, we will expect the lower end around the Tycho crater to get just a touch darker. And I promise that if it doesn't get dark enough, we can darken it here through Photoshop and make it look like an eclipse, so don't worry. Now, speaking of the solar eclipse, the craters along the moon, when it is covering the sun, there will still be, during the last 15 seconds before the moon covers the sun completely, there will still be some light from the sun seeping through the craters, and it will look like a necklace, in, what's known as Bailey's beads. And that will last about 15 seconds, the last 15 seconds before it goes totally dark. Yeah, we have a particularly clear night tonight. Anthony, you have my permission to go home, wherever home might be for you. Watcher, you can add to your facts that whenever there is a solar eclipse, there will be a penumbral lunar eclipse 2 weeks before the solar eclipse, which is why we're gathered here tonight. The alignment among Earth, Moon, and Sun. Right now the Moon is fully behind Earth, so the Earth right now is sitting between the Sun and the Moon, and as the Moon turns 14 days later, it's going to be sitting between the Sun and the Earth. The alignment is such that we will have the total solar eclipse in the same place where we've had the penumbral lunar eclipse. Bill, thanks for the advice. What you're telling me is I should not be trying to image Jupiter and the comet and the corona, but rather just let it sink in and enjoy the moment. I will follow your advice. I'm sure others will image all those things. They promised that they will have an unlimited supply of coffee, so I will be good. Good night, Doctor. Hope to catch up with you later. Give my best to Mrs. Harris. Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will indulge me, I'm going to hop over to Comet 2023 A3, see if we can see it, and then I promise we'll come back to the moon. The journey to the comet and back should be no more than 15 minutes, so stay with me. This should be the one. Let me make sure the coordinates are correct. 14 hours, 44 minutes and -5. Yeah, this is the one. Let's go. Sometimes Seestar has the wrong coordinates for the comets. I've seen it off by a lot in some instances. That's why I double check the right ascension and declination before I hit the go-to. Okay, it found it. Let's see if it really found it. It has not stacked anything yet. I'm going to take out the filter and then see if we can get more light through. By removing the filter, I'm getting more stars. The magnitude of this comet is 12. Lewis Dwarf has done wonderful with comets. Yes, it does. Yes, since they are not blinking, they are not planes, so they must be satellites. I do not see the comet. I don't see a comet. (62p) is not too far. I want to see if it is close enough. Okay, we're not gonna have luck with comets tonight. We're gonna go back to the moon. Sorry. It found the moon again. Come on, Seestar. We're good. Okay, you're asking about Seestar misbehaving. There you go. Bill, it'll be in Seestar S80 or S100 as opposed to S50 V2. But if I answer your question, it's adding manual entry of right ascension and declination. That's item 1. Item 2, allowing us to connect to Wi-Fi without looking for Bluetooth. because then that'll allow me to run the app under the Windows subsystem for Android without having to have an external device. Rooster, we're looking at the moon live. This is the moon. Bill, right now DWARF allows me to connect directly from Windows subsystem for Android from WSA. I run the DWARF app under WSA without any problem. However, Seestar does not, and it insists that it cannot find Bluetooth even though Wi-Fi is enabled. And that is a fairly insignificant change that they can make. When you want to start talking about AI, I have a long wish list. The first one is detecting those satellite trails going through and skipping the frames, not stacking them. There is absolutely no reason not to detect those trails. The second application of AI is adaptive sharpening of the image. One reason why Seestar is a lot nicer than Stellina is that the images are just softer. And if you want to start talking about hardware, I'd like the power connection to be on the part of the telescope of the mount that does not move. The DWARF has this big advantage. I plug the cable into the base and it doesn't move, so I don't have to worry about tangling. A couple weeks ago, the cord going into Seestar froze to the table, and as Seestar rotated to find the target and it could not pull the cord with it, it tipped over. Fortunately, it only tipped over on a plastic table, so no harm, no foul. But I have to find a way to make sure the cable does not freeze to the table and pull the Seestar down with it when it moves. Anthony Melvin Turcott, please subscribe before you leave. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, cable freezing to the table and pulling the scope down was not a scenario that I had anticipated. So let's see if Seestar wants to behave now or not yet. Nope, it's playing ball again. Okay, never mind. Monster Ball, the big difference is that the total eclipse will be during daytime. And with a bit of luck, we will have had a good night's sleep before. I will be in Oswego at the university, and the Rice Creek Field Station, which is a 400-acre wildlife natural preserve where they do their biology research. That's where the observatory is located. They have sold 270 parking spots, so we're going to have probably about 500 people gathered in a very, 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 very small area. Thanks, Bill. I wonder if the altitude of the moon is contributing to Seestar's misbehavior. We're at 40 degrees now, and 145-degree azimuth. 40 degrees should not be too high. May just have to correct the position manually. I don't know if turning off the center and turning it back on has the same effect. Nope. Yeah, this ping pong effect is a new phenomenon that I had not seen before. This may well be the new firmware. So we're exactly an hour and a half from the start of the eclipse. Bill, as we talk about the Nvidia AI chip, I don't know if you saw the latest Blackwell chip that they are introducing. It's $35,000 per chip. I don't think I can afford to have that inside my telescope. But going back to one thing that I'm trying to do is to write an expert system that will identify the settings for a given target. So if you pick, let's say NGC6888, that based on the target it will automatically select exposure length, filter, and number of frames, if you will, as well as the gain for those exposures. So I'm starting to build a table, and that will be something very useful. You pick your target, and the computer identifies all the parameters to give you the best possible capture. And then when it comes to stretching, again, we should be able to pre-program these on a per target basis and get the best result out of it. We hear people playing with the cereal and GIMP and all the other tools that are there, from Pix Insight to APT. Those parameters should be automated at some point to give what is considered the most close to reality output. Yes, I am. Right now it's looking good. As of this evening, the forecast for Oswego is partially cloudy, low 35, high 50. It'll be fun to plot what the forecast, how the forecast changes over the next 14 days. It will probably be all over the place, and then none of it will bear resemblance to what we will have on the day off. trying to see if I can convince it to do it right. We may have prevailed. According to Jensen Huang, they marked many of their folders NV as in next version, as they were designing next version chips. And when the time came to give the company a name, they just went with Nvidia, given all the folders that were marked NV. About 6 months ago, Jensen Huang was smart enough to rebrand Nvidia from making chips, the best video chips, video graphics, and video gaming, to say that those chips will be powering AI. And yeah, these are dual-use chips. There is big confusion when people think that AI is big data analytics. AI is really the collection of three totally unrelated and different things. There are rule-based expert systems, and these are literally thousands upon thousands of rules that are executed every time to come up with an answer or with a solution. The second type of AI is big data analytics, and that's what people think of AI, that you collect lots of data and have a computer search through them to get an answer. And the third type is machine learning. If you look at a long time ago, Deep Blue, IBM's chess-playing computer, it did have the rules, the rule-based, which says a pawn can move one step or two steps if it's in the first row, and that a king and a rook can castle if neither of them has ever moved before, and if there is nothing between them, and if there is no threat. So these rules were there, but IBM went a step further and had the computer ingest literally every single chess game played in a world championship. And if in a given position, if that position had been encountered before, then it just played the move if that move led to a victory as opposed to a loss. So that was big data analytics, if you will. But the third thing that Deep Blue did to defeat Kasparov eventually, for two equally good moves, Deep Blue chose the move that required Kasparov to do the most thinking. Basically, it chose the move that will give him the most options and therefore forced him to sweat a lot more than he needed to. Now, machine learning is a whole different story, and the easiest way to think of it is a robot going through a maze. If the robot does not have the design of the maze, it's going to have to hit the edges and the walls until it finds its way out of the maze. Now, the second time around, when you put the robot back to go through the maze, if it has learned the shortest path, then that is machine learning. So when we talk about Nvidia chips being used for AI, that is today primarily for the big data analytics. I can make the moon red if it makes you happy. But this is what Seestar is seeing right now. This is a live image of the moon outside my window. Bill, Fisher versus Spassky is what got me into chess. 1972. My uncle who taught me chess was fascinated with Bobby Fischer to the point where he named his own son Bobby. And I still remember those games. I studied every single move in every one of them. Boris Spassky was known for being the best player of Alechin's defense as a black. And lo and behold, Bobby Fischer played Alechin's defense against him and defeated him. That was, I believe, game, let's see, 3 or 4. Yeah, these were, that was the golden era, the golden age of chess. Unfortunately, today chess is characterized by cheating. People have found ways to implant, literally, sometimes in a tooth filling, devices that allow them to receive computer generated moves for the game that they are playing. Whether it is glasses that have hidden cameras in them to read the board and what's being played, and then communicate that to a computer that finds the best move and then communicates it back to the player to make the move. Very, very sad, very sad. Bill, I don't know if you followed Deep Blue against Kasparov, but probably the most telling part in the whole journey is that Kasparov was convinced that IBM cheated. He was so obsessed with them trying to cheat on him. I read the book when he wrote his book, and the book is a fascinating read. It was not until the very last couple of pages in which he said he spent, I don't know, 10 or 20 years trying to prove that IBM cheated, and finally reached the conclusion that they did not cheat, that they won fair and square. But the irony here is the last game in which he forfeited and lost and mumbled in Russian that this machine thinks. That game Kasparov was winning it but did not know it. And the taxi driver who picked him up afterwards talked to the media saying, I have no idea why he resigned, he was winning the game. It is a good book about artificial intelligence. I mean, Kasparov is a smart guy, I mean, needless to say. Bill, yes, Kasparov won the first match, and then, I don't know, a few years later, IBM won. Yeah, the book is deep thinking. There have been lots of books describing the game against Deep Blue. At the time of that match, actually the years leading to that match, I was teaching at IBM and got to know very well the team that was building the machine. That was a let's see, 256 RS6000 computers with an additional, I think they had an additional 32 backup machines all running at the same time. So the computing power was almost as much as the Blackwell chip. When we think that Apollo 11, the computer on it was less powerful than your Android phone today. But yeah, that thing was 256 plus an additional 32 or so, whatever many. And there was an agreement between Kasparov and IBM that there'll be a human being sitting communicating to the computer but playing the moves in person, and that if the computer crashed or failed, then that was a good enough reason to stop the game, and that did not constitute forfeiting. And Deep Blue did indeed fail a few times. One of them was a power failure, another one computer just crashed for some reason. Kasparov accused IBM of intentionally doing that. He eventually reached the conclusion that they were not doing it intentionally, that actually there was a power outage. But the incredible thought of the engineers that head on they could not beat him, but by choosing the moves that forced him to do the most thinking was their best bet, and that's what ended up working. Today it is a foregone conclusion that computers will beat any human by a big margin. Yeah, those 256 computers, they had clearly assigned tasks. Some of them were doing deep database searching. Has this move ever been played before? In all the games ever played in chess. And then the other half, they were going down the alpha beta pruning of the tree to look at all the possible moves and see how many plies they could go before computing a score and settling on a move. Pure gold, yes, it is always safe to look at the moon. At any lunar eclipse, it's always safe. So we're half an hour before the start of the eclipse. Oh no, Deep Blue took a long time. It was, they played following the rules of chess. I believe it was 40 moves in 2.5 hours that each of them had to make, and then from there on 16 moves per hour. And yeah, Deep Blue used all the time it needed to make the moves. It was not too fast, unlike today's machines. Since there was no limit to the number of moves that it could think, it used up all the time. They did program the entirety of modern chess openings, MCO, into Deep Blue. So every opening known to mankind was in there. No, it was not a set number of minutes per move. It was basically, they had 2.5 hours to play 40 moves, and they could use the time in any way they needed. They usually went through the openings very fast, and Kasparov tried whenever possible to get out of the predetermined openings to force the computer to spend time. Because looking up moves from a book is very easy for a computer. And if Kasparov played the known predetermined moves of openings, then the computer did not use up its time. So Kasparov tried to force the computer by using original moves that used up computer time whenever possible. They alternated white and black. If I recall correctly, it was the best of 20 or 24 games. No, it was best of 6, and Deep Blue won it 3.5 to 2.5. In 1997, Kasparov won the first game in 1996, 4 to 2. So they only played 6 games. This summer I will have an opportunity to spend a day with a bunch of college kids to teach them about machine learning. And one of the assignments that I'll be challenging them with is chess. If you take a computer that has never played chess and does not know the moves, will it eventually get all the rules for the legal moves by playing at random, and every time it made a move at random, it was told to take it back because it's incorrect or illegal, or yes, it is allowed? Bill, there was talk of a rematch, but IBM's answer to Kasparov, which frustrated him unbelievably, was been there, done that. That a computer has beaten a human, and there is no point in replaying. Fair Torres, the best way to see the other side of the moon is to reflect it off Jupiter. You have to wait for the right alignment. If Jupiter is behind the moon, then by aiming a telescope at Jupiter and reflecting off it, you should be able to see the other side of the moon. but it's not happening tonight. Yeah, back then IBM was a great company. That's before they hired the CEO of Nabisco to run the company, arguing that you don't need to be an engineer to run the world's largest or best engineering firm. That whether it is wheat, thin wheat chips or silicon chips, it's all the same. All you have to be is a good, savvy business manager. And he ran the company into the ground. And IBM will never recover. You look at Jensen Huang now. Did you know that Lisa Su, the CEO of AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, is Jensen Huang's cousin? They are first cousins once removed. Luis, welcome back. Yes, I know 3M. Still is a good company. Chad, I did not. KMM, are you suggesting I should put my my microphone back on mute? Lewis, remember, full moon, lunar eclipse, new moon, solar eclipse. Or shall I say the other way around? Lunar eclipse, full moon, solar eclipse, new moon. Yeah, I'm waiting for the melting so I can finally use my 11-inch scope to see how it's gonna work. I know you're talking about tonight, but we cannot get an eclipse with a new moon. Bill, that's the beauty of Seestar. You can take it out without much fanfare and be up and running in no time. Hi, Larry. Larry, you got it right. Every solar eclipse is preceded by a penumbral lunar eclipse 2 weeks before. We are only a matter of minutes, 15 minutes to be precise, before the lunar eclipse begins. Last lunar eclipse that I carried live was a couple years ago in October, but that one was a total lunar eclipse, and there was no doubt that that the Earth had gotten between the sun and the moon. The moon turned red indeed, and it was very, very evident. Build, yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. You're talking about the solar eclipse, right? I have tested both the dwarf and the Seestar, and both were able to track the sun through a simulated totality. I put a piece of cardboard in front of the lens and left it there for 4 minutes and then removed it, and then everything worked. All eclipses are listed through 2095, I believe. Sideburn, we even have a rain date for April 8 if it's cloudy or rainy. We will redo the eclipse in 2044. Nick, it is not over yet. It has not started. It'll be starting in about 13 minutes. No, I have neutral density filters. The Seestar is 100,000 and dwarf is 1 million. Hello, Andre. According to Stellarium, the darkening is expected to start from the bottom of the moon, move up to just above Tycho crater, and then recede. Larry, I expect to go live with 2 streams on Eclipse Day. Seestar will have its own stream, and it will start at 9 a.m. and go all the way to 5 p.m. So that'll all be recorded on YouTube, available for playback. So I will be recording that one continuously. The other stream will have dwarf, Lunt, the hydrogen alpha scope, and the Meade 16-inch. And these I will be taking, actually I have multiple people operating them. We will take snapshots as well as recording the whole thing. Dwarf is likely to play the big role in capturing the corona because it has the widest field of view of anything that I will have that day. And for that I plan to take snapshots at everything from 1/400th of a second all the way to a couple seconds. Yes, I have a $19 continuous power source. By the way, Amazon increased the price of that brick from I bought it at $17.99. It is now $21.99, so it went up by $4. But still, it's a 100-watt USB-C, and it has been running Seestar now for 6 hours this evening, no problem. Bill, I'm looking up the distance between Pons Brooks and the eclipse. The during totality, the sun will be at 43 degrees, and that's altitude. Pons Brooks will be at 63, so it's going to be 20 degrees away. But we will have a lineup of Mars, Saturn, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, and Uranus, all within a few degrees from the sun and the moon. Kathy, the lunar eclipse will begin in about 7 minutes. We voted Pluto out. It's no longer a planet. I don't know where Pluto will be. Wherever it is, I cannot see it with the Seestar, that's for sure. Sideburns, Mars will be at 10 degrees. Saturn will be 12 degrees. Venus will be at 30. Mercury will be at 50. And then Jupiter at 63 and Uranus at 64. So there is a 50-degree separation in altitude. But they're all on the ecliptic, lined up, 3 south of the sun and 3 north of the sun. Did I forget Neptune? I believe Neptune is going to be near Mars. Where is Neptune? Okay, sorry, Neptune is going to be closer to Venus. It's going to be between Saturn and Venus. Yes. And if you want to add to the intrigue, Andromeda will be not too far from all the activity. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been a good crowd tonight, and I want to thank you. We just added 100 subscribers since the beginning of this webcast, so thank you. JGR 3000, there is no need to rub it in. Enjoy your solar eclipse and think of us when it's raining up here in the northeast. Guitar, it's the same for everybody. It's all happening at the same time. In 2 minutes, we're going to start seeing the shade move up through the moon. Yeah, this is the moon live in living color. And we have Photoshop on standby so we can color some of it to look like an eclipse. Kathy, we were all much younger in 1991. Guitar lunar eclipse will be at 11:52 CST or 11:53, yeah, right now. Okay, everyone, put on your eclipse glasses and move closer to the monitor so you can see it. To those who complained earlier that the Tycho crater was on the wrong side, it has been moving gradually over the past 5 hours or 6 hours to the right side. So it is now at the bottom of the moon, and it's going to keep moving left. significant darkening should start in about 15 minutes according to Stellarium, and it is targeting the lower right of the moon. So at around 1:35 we should start seeing the Tycho crater darken. Wilbur, when my Tycho was at 5 o'clock, the people in Texas complained, so we moved it. Actually, if you play back the past 6.5 hours, you will see the Tycho crater slowly moving from about 4 o'clock to what is almost 6 o'clock now, and it's going to keep moving. If we had an equatorial mountain, then we would not see it move. But with an Alt-Az mount, it is moving. I just played back by about an hour and then fast forwarded, and there is indeed darkening right here. This area was a lot brighter half an hour ago, and it is much darker right now. So if you stand far enough from the monitor, you will indeed see that this part is in shade. And if you stand further out, then the whole moon will look in the shadow. But yeah, this is definitely shadowy right now, this whole area. Preston, the solar eclipse will be on April 8. This is the penumbral lunar eclipse that occurs 2 weeks before the solar eclipse. There is evident darkening now just to the left of the Tycho crater, and that darkening is going to continue spreading towards the Tycho crater over the next hour or so before it starts receding. If you think this is fun, then make sure you join me on April 8. I plan to go live at around 9 a.m. with 4 telescopes, and will stay live all the way till 5 p.m. We will be showing the sun both in close-ups and hydrogen alpha, and we'll be using the Seestar and the DWARF. For those who have not seen the shadow yet, it is right here. Just to the left of the Tycho crater. This whole darkness occurred within the past 50 minutes. If you cannot see it, you must be too close to the monitor. Step back. And if you still cannot see it, keep walking back. Yes, we have a telescope staring at the moon. This is a live image through a telescope to the internet, to YouTube. I am at 1348 feet or 433 meters. The elevation of the observatory. Kathy, of course, I will be doing the solar eclipse. We're going to start at 9 a.m. Eastern and wrap up at 5 p.m. Eastern. Dawn Boo, you are welcome. Everything that my telescope's image goes live on the internet. I am live typically 3 or 4 times a week, clouds permitting, both day and night. So come on over often and watch. The shadow is becoming very obvious now. Again, it is just below the Tycho crater, right here. This is all the shadow from the Earth. We will not see red shade tonight. This is only a penumbral moon. The moon is not totally in the shadow of the Earth, but just the edge of the moon here is missing some of the rays. Remember, neither the sun nor the Earth is a point. The sun is not a point of light, but it is 30 arc minutes, about the same size as the moon. So you're drawing multiple parallels from the edges of the moon to the edges of the Earth to the edges of the sun. And this is the part that is covered right now, that's not getting light all the way from the sun. We have a 52% chance of clouds on April 8, and if I were a betting man, I'll take a 48% bet any day. So we will be ready for it, and if it's cloudy, I will still enjoy the coffee and the fajitas that will be served that day. The only uncertainty to tonight's broadcast is when will the moon dip into the trees. That is a part of the property where my Ryobi chainsaw has not done its job yet. I still have, this is where the mountain begins, big trees. Right now we are well past the meridian and still moving west. Jerry D, you don't want me singing. The only time I made money was singing was when I got paid to stop singing. The bottom left of the moon is obviously purplish now. If you do not see a shadow there, then you probably need a new monitor, or you probably need to step further back. Yes, the eclipse will be over before moonset. The moon reached its highest altitude about 45 minutes ago at 107, and now it is losing elevation gradually as it moves further west. Okay, those who see the shadow, please give us a thumbs up or confirmation that you see the shadow, because I worked very hard on Photoshop so you can see the shadow. Kidding about Photoshop, by the way. This is a live, unedited image of the moon. The color of the region below the Tycho crater is starting to look the same color as the craters. It is indeed purplish here. This is the shadow we're talking about. Thanks, Andre. Thanks, Joe. That's an easy request. I just added the time in the corner of the screen. It is 1:59 here. only reason I'm not messing around with the contrast or the exposure is I plan to make a time lapse of the past couple hours, and it will not be fair to be changing anything for the time lapse. So I'm leaving it as is. There definitely is shadow, and many of you are seeing the shadow, so it is happening indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, big thank you. You have given me 200 additional subscribers tonight. Now I have a special request. You have the power to get me to 3,000 total subscribers before the end of this eclipse, so please do. If you're not subscribed, click on that subscribe and get me to 3,000. Thank you. The Seestar has a 2 megapixel camera sensor. It's not too big. Now make sure you come back in about 8 hours so we can take a look at the sun. There is quite a bit of solar activity. The sun is covered with sunspots. So I will be taking a look at the sun and hope to show you the difference between sunspots and prominences, because I will have my hydrogen alpha telescope aimed at the sun. And then Tuesday, probably starting around 9 a.m. Eastern, I will be doing a full dry run of the solar eclipse with 4 telescopes out of Oswego, including 16-inch. Kathy, if we get to 3000 tonight, I promise to give you the moon back and take all shadow off it. That's in the spirit of Tintin's visit to the Incas. Thank you, guys. Yeah, the darkness, the shadow has spread to the entire lower end of the moon right now. This whole thing. Thanks, Perry. According to the literature that I'm reading, 2:14 a.m., which is now, should be the peak, and this shadow right here is gonna start swiveling, turning around. So it's gonna start clearing here and darkening there, and then gradually disappear. I think it'll be totally gone by 5:30 a.m. But the limiting factor for this broadcast is going to be when the moon dips into the trees. So that'll be another shadow that will be coming on it. But for now, we're staying on. Kathy, thank you for the reminder of a disclaimer. Uh, the content of the ads appearing on this channel do not constitute my endorsement of their content. I have no idea what YouTube runs on. They provide the bandwidth, they provide the storage, they provide the hosting of all this content. So that's how they make their money, by running ads. KMM, no. I use my 11-inch scope to image the International Space Station. I've had quite a bit of success with that one. Seestar will not track it. And Betelgeuse is not gonna be visible to me here until next fall again. It's Orion is moving out. Julian Oxley, the image is still because Seestar is tracking the moon and adjusting its position to keep it in the center of the frame. If you look carefully enough, you will see it wobbling, moving to the left, to the right, up and down to try to stay in the middle. Side, the time is displayed at the top of the frame. Right here. It is 2:25 a.m. If you cannot see the shadow yet, just look at the top of the moon and look at the bottom of the moon, and you should be able to see a big difference between the two. Julian Oxley, this image is coming from the Milky Way, courtesy the solar system. The Earth has a satellite, we call it the Moon. That's where it's coming from. I have a smart telescope, Seestar S50, looking at the Moon and sending the live feed into YouTube. It is, you should have seen Seestar earlier when the moon was bouncing up and down like a basketball. It has corrected now and it's successfully keeping it in the center. You're welcome, Chris. Under and over, yes, I am. I will be in the path of totality. I will be going to SUNY Oswego, and we have 3.5 minutes of totality. I will have 4 telescopes covering the sun, and they will all be streaming live on this channel. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that this is going to be the end of this broadcast. I am losing the moon now. So thank you all for joining me for the past 7.5 hours. I wish you all a good night, and we will see you for the solar eclipse, if not sooner. So long from the Pompey Observatory.